Hey everyone, and welcome back to another stream. Let's make sure I have the audio stuff as it should be. So today is going to be a pretty fun little stream, I think. Finally get to do a few things that I've been sort of looking forward to doing for a while. We have gotten the gripper truck far enough now that we can start to put in some of these, perhaps one would argue, less important things. Talking about specifically the suspension, the wheel suspension here. For the longest time now, this vehicle has just sort of been hovering on its wheels. They haven't been visually attached to the vehicle at all, and we're gonna change that today. Hello, Volodymyr and Marlon. I have looked into Zig. It's not bad, but I miss traits and interfaces. Yeah, right. Okay, well, let's get back to that in a second. I have some thoughts on that, actually. But that's cool. Yeah, check it out and make up your own mind if it is for you or not. Anyway, like I was saying, today we're gonna do a little bit of suspension rendering for this guy, and then we're gonna get to the really fun stuff. We're gonna add the AI components to it, and then we're gonna make it so that it can actually drive around the level itself. Hopefully that should be a simple thing, but as is the case with these things, quite often it ends up being a bigger thing than you originally thought. Hello, Aku. And good morning to you. Welcome to the stream, you as well. So that should be fun. I don't expect there to be like a huge amount of really difficult things with this, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So since the last stream, I've done a little bit more work on this guy, trying to sort of finish the modeling. Essentially today, if we're being completely honest here, the first thing I did was I modeled a new wheel for this guy. It's not necessarily quite complete yet, but I kind of like the look of this. It looks kind of sort of balloony in a way, which I think sort of reminds me of those like Vietnam War truck tires that were like these really big balloons, but like slightly less exaggerated perhaps. I also added some exhaust pipes here just in case I want to actually have exhaust particles coming out of somewhere. I made some changes to these pipes and axles and things that we added last time underneath the vehicle. Tweaked the top a little bit. I finally added hot reloading to my game. Oh, that's awesome. That's really nice. Only gameplay code, but that's pretty much what I need. Yeah. I've been thinking about actually doing the same thing for myself, and I think it would actually be kind of similar to yours in the sense that it would be only the Zig code that is hot reloadable. But just like you said, it is essentially what you need, because if you're tweaking just some gameplay values, or you're doing something with like ImGUI or whatever, that stuff is super handy to be able to hot reload, and it should be doable for me as well, since I load all of that from a DLL. But yeah, haven't really had time so far, but that's awesome. Glad to hear it's working out. Right. So if we go back to the suspension, I've had these things for a while here. These kinds of like fixtures sort of. That the wheels are kind of supposed to be you know, fast and to take these like super crude placeholder wheels here. Let's actually look at just these two guys. So, you know, we need something that goes between the wheel and this suspension fixture here, and then it should move up and down with as the wheel is driving and as the vehicle is driving on the terrain. And then we need some sort of spring thing there. Well, as it happens, I actually have a component that kind of renders that stuff already. And so what I did was I took the suspension models that I made for the Scout, and I just threw them on here, to see what happens essentially. So you can see we have a sort of a spring thing there, and we have, how many pieces is this? We have like 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces here that actually kind of make up the suspension. You can see that they don't really fit. For example, this like central axis here isn't really aligned with the wheel at all. But like the overall idea is kind of okay there. And then this sort of horizontal thing here, which I call the knuckle, doesn't really fit this wheel. So I'm gonna probably change the wheel a little bit. I'm gonna change the knuckle as well. But we can actually turn this, and you can see that it kind of works. If we drive around with this guy, we can see that the suspension, and actually lift this guy up so we can see it a bit better. You can see that they are indeed animated, and the springs sort of move up and down as well. It's a little difficult to see. And you can see the new wheels as well. They look pretty nice, I think. You can see the springs are actually sort of, you know, going through the truck there. And if we drive, you can see the whole spring sort of moving up and down. That's obviously not what we want. But the overall idea is kind of there. And so I haven't made any changes to my suspension rendering component for this. And I was thinking I don't really want to do that if I don't have to. So let's try to change the content here this time around to actually handle this better, right? And see if we can get it looking nice. I have some notes for myself here that what we want to do. Before we start that though, just a quick thing here about Marlon's interfaces. Traits is of course not something that Zig has. If you're coming from something like Rust and you expect Rust traits, then yeah, you don't have that here. But the interfaces are actually they're not like a language level construct, but they are a concept that can still be done in Zig, and I use them all over the place. Mainly because the game engine itself is actually kind of object oriented and has been for many years. And so, you know, if I have a component, let's take like what is the smallest component? Let's like reveal in File Explorer all the components and then sort them by size. Game unit component. Yeah, that's probably a very small one. I don't think it really has anything. Well, this is actually a somewhat good example of what I'm trying to show you here. I have a struct. Struct has some public const declarations, and then it has a member. This member is actually, or field, I think this is called specifically. All right. I apologize. Someone has actually triggered our home alarm. It's probably one like either my kids or my wife. Let me just quickly call to make sure. Yes, it was my wife causing our fire alarm to go off. Apologies for that. Anyway, as I was saying, this field, which I guess it is technically called in Zig, is actually kind of also part of this interface here. But you can see here, specifically, we have a few methods here that we can throw on this guy that are part of the component interface. And it is not obvious here when you're looking at this that these are actually part of anything special. They are essentially just normal methods that you put on this guy. But if you have one of these, if you have create, for example, create will get called automatically. You don't need to like call it yourself because it is part of the interface. And if we look at like components, I think it is. Is it component context maybe? Or factory. Actually, this is a really, yeah, this is actually not super good example after all, because my components are sort of like they're not really used through virtual functions in the typical way that you would do in something like C++, right? In C++, if you have an interface, you use virtual functions, and I don't really do that. Instead, I have something called a component factory interface, where like each component type gets a factory, which sounds like horribly Java-like, but it's just a name. It has really nothing to do with that sort of object-oriented stuff. The idea here is that like the component factory is actually the one that has the interface. So here we have a virtual table. You can just create your virtual table by hand in Zig, and then call these things. But yeah, this is a bit of a contrived example. Let's use something slightly easier to work with here, as I think in AI, for example, we have, don't we? We need to go to the game side. Actions, right? An action. So you have an AI system that has a bunch of actions. The actor has something called an action scheduler, which looks like this, and you can throw a bunch of actions onto this guy. Essentially, you do it by calling append, and you're telling it the type of action that you want to create, and then it creates, just straight up creates a new one, and it queues it. And then, of course, each action has to adhere to the interface. So if you have an action.zig here, you can see action interface is right here. This is much simpler thing. So you have a virtual table, and yes, just like Aku is suggesting here, those are function pointers. So let's make this a little larger. You have an update, for example, which is a function pointer. This is the syntax for a function pointer in Zig, and it has some parameters and it has a return value. And then this is essentially like the sort of the meat of the whole thing. I then have a wrapper here for niceness, right? If you have one of these guys, action interfaces, and you want to call update on it, because these are function pointers, the normal sort of object.method syntax doesn't really apply to it. So you have to do something kind of annoying here with like calling self.vtable. Vtable again is this struct here of these function pointers. Self.vtable.update, and then you pass self one more time, because this is not like a normal function. It is a function pointer, and you just happen to want to actually pass this object here. So what I do is in my interfaces I just wrap them like this, so you can sort of kind of like treat them as just a normal interfaces that you call like object.update. Then you pass, well, this self gets passed implicitly, just like anything in Zig when you use that syntax, and then you have delta time and action state. And this is sort of like the the runtime way of doing interfaces. You can also do them sort of like compile time, and you can use something like called tagged enums, I think. There are some pretty good YouTube videos about that sort of compile time polymorphism in Zig, which is at least in theory it is like more performant than doing it like this. The problem is that you need to know beforehand what actions you want, and in a system like an AI action scheduler, you specifically don't know what is going to come down the pipe, right? And so this is how you can do interfaces in Zig, and I do this in a few places. I also have something that I call a timeline, which is kind of similar to Unreal's sequencers, which I use to, among other things, like do these. Actually, we need to go into the main menu to show you this. So timelines are used, among other things, for, you know, this kind of thing, like these intro animations. The camera drives or flies through the world. These vehicles do something, and then you sort of gradually transition into gameplay. And you can trigger, you know, sounds, and you can trigger full screen animations, and all of that. And that also uses this sort of, I think it's called a timeline event. It's essentially like something that you can throw on a sequencer, then the sequencer plays back those things. And yeah, that's also that stuff. Alrighty then, but hey, what we're going to do now is get started on this, and I think I will probably copy paste because let's have a look here. I showed you earlier that we're using essentially like the Scout's suspensions. We have the gripper truck here, and this one I just added like a few minutes ago essentially to this thing to try it out. Vehicle suspension renderer component. This guy has a bunch of different options that you can specify here, because you might want to have like different assets on the front wheels rather than the rear wheels. So front is here, and we have something called the vehicle wheel assembly, which is sort of like the whole thing. You know, the wheel and the suspension and everything, and you need to specify how wide and high that is. The rest vertical offset is sort of like, has to do with how long the suspension line is, things like that. And then we specify here like meshes materials for all of these different parts. And then you can do the same for the rear wheels, and it also supports 2 sets of middle wheels, this component. You can add more if you want to, of course, but as you know, the truck is like a six wheel vehicle, right? So we have the front wheels, we have the rear wheels, and then the middle wheels, and there's place for yet another set if we need this for some other vehicle. You can specify those, and like the NVIDIA vehicle SDK kind of expects the order of these to be like front, rear, and then whatever comes in the middle. It can be a little confusing sometimes, but that it is what it is. So if we have the middle set here, we should actually be able to see like the changes here in real time, which is handy. And so essentially the idea here is that like this thing which is currently green here, this will stay in place, and then this knuckle will move sort of upside down, and these arms will sort of move along with it, right? And as it is doing this, then the spring is getting sort of pushed into here, and that is what we saw there already earlier. Now this doesn't look very good, of course, because this kind of like comes, you can see it already there, sort of protrudes through the base there of the vehicle. So we need to model something different. These are all just the things that we used for the Scout. So let's create like a set of these guys for the truck as well. What is this actually like? Spring. That's probably horizontal connection offset. It's been so long since I did this, I don't remember anymore. Right, it moves it sort of up towards that. So if you, yeah, you can move it sort of forward like that. The problem is, of course, that like we have the wheel which is not drawn here. If you move it too sort of far along this spring, will at least sort of visually be messing with the wheel there. So let's put that back as it was. I think these settings are probably a pretty good starting point, actually, for this whole thing. Yeah. Coolio. I'm gonna go get myself a glass of water. I will be back in a second, and then we're gonna start basically modeling these parts here. So back in a sec. Alrighty then. One thing that we can see here is that this kind of central axle, which is supposed to be, you know, the thing that drives the wheel, it is not here in the middle of this, and that quite simply, if I remember correctly how I did this, this is like the upper arm, and there's the lower arm. I think that is what, yeah, upper control arm and lower control arm. And I think the central axle just actually belongs to this upper arm. So as the upper arm kind of moves up and down like this, the axle will as well. And that's now quite simply tweaked for the Scout. So we should be able to tweak this by just like moving it in Blender a little bit. Well, let's see what happens. I think I had them in, let's hide those. I had those pieces in another mesh for the Scout. I looked at this earlier today. Yeah, Scout wheel assembly. Right, so here we can see I've been doing modeling of this. So we have the upper control arm, lower control arm, knuckle, and spring. Quite simply. That's good. I do think that we can probably put this into the same Blender file, though, as the rest of the. I don't think we necessarily need like another Blender file for that. So let's quite simply do append and go up one level, so we find the scout one, scout wheel assembly, then just add those objects here. There we go. And we'll create like a folder for that here. Collection 3, so that would be suspension. And then we do knuckle, move that there, and those 3 as well into the suspension. There we go. So I think we need to make all of these kind of like a little more heavy duty and brutal for this guy. They look a little bit flimsy, but that's of course because they are sort of modeled for the Scout, which is a decidedly more sort of lightweight vehicle than this one. And you can see that all of these are actually, they have sort of their pivot here at the end of this guy. So I think what we can do here is something like this. First of all, let's fix this by moving this just downwards. I think it needs to be a little bit shorter as well. So let's do that. And now we can export this just right away. Let's just do a maybe an unwrap. Actually, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to export it. We're not using any UVs for anything yet. So gripper truck, this would be, what do we call like the, what are these called? They're called Scout suspension lower control arm. Right. Okay. So let's use the same naming convention here. So we have that one, and then we can move that to origin. And this would be the lower control arm. Move that back. This would be knuckle. Or is it suspension knuckle, maybe? Suspension knuckle, yes, and suspension spring. Right, like so. And the benefit of doing it like this is that now we can replace all the paths with these new ones. And once we have that, we can auto-update, hot update these from Blender here while the game is running. I'm gonna do one thing though. I'm going to go into the shader editor and have a look here. We have a material here. Hello. Uh-oh, Blender crashed. No, that did not. It's just super slow. Right, so we still have the old material here. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really necessarily matter. We can keep it as it is for now. I'm gonna start editing these, which is gonna break the material preview for sure. Well, it doesn't quite matter. So this should now have given us a bunch of new paths that we can use here. So let's fill these in. So upper control arm, it'll be like that one, and that one, and that one. We need to do them all 3 times essentially, because we have the 3 sets. So now we can see it already moving. That's nice. And then the knuckle shouldn't really change at all, because we haven't made any changes yet. And then the spring. So spring, spring, and spring. And I think I'm gonna, oh, that's not good. I put it in the material one. Yes. Stupid. Stupid. Let's actually clear out that material for now. So we can just use like something like, well, first of all, let's put that back the way it was. What? Yeah, I've been doing things incorrectly again. There we go. I'll get that back. And this is where we want to put the spring, spring, and spring. Right, and now we have them correctly set up here. That's supposed to be lower, by the way, not upper. That's why we have like we have the axle there 2 times now. That's not good. So lower, lower, and lower. There we go. That's better. And yeah, I want to get this sort of data setup done, because once we have it done, we can then just make those changes and re-export from Blender, and everything updates here automatically, and that's nice. So now we can see that, okay, the axle is still a little too high, I think. So let's actually move that down a bit more. Grab Z, just a few more pixels. And this would be the upper control arm. Do we need to refresh it like this? Ah, that's not great. Ah, it is what it is. Let's don't worry about that for now. And then, of course, sooner or later when we start editing these guys, we are going to have to we're going to break the material because the UV space won't be correct. So I'm gonna replace these with maybe like a dark blockout material, which is pretty close to what we have. And I'm just gonna sprinkle this over everything, so it's just gonna be this dark color, which will be fine until I do the materials for this, which is not gonna happen today. Today we're going to be all about 3D modeling and functionality. And this doesn't look like super exciting, this end here. Like, I'm sure you agree. This just kind of like intersects that and all of that. But you can, you know, imagine what it will look like when like the wheel will cover up almost all of that. So the knuckle is really kind of only there to like give a little bit of an idea that, okay, yeah, there's something there holding the wheel in place. But we can maybe make the knuckle a bit more interesting than this. The next thing I'm gonna do in Blender is I'm gonna shorten this guy considerably. Like actually quite a lot. And maybe actually let's do something like this as well. Let's just get rid of those faces, right? And then we'll just make this a little bit longer. Not a whole lot, but a little bit longer. And maybe we can even, if this actually like properly, oh, it's kind of like fused to that thing. Huh. Yeah, okay. In that case, we're not going to do it like that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to move this guy closer to that. Then we're going to move, take all of that, and then we're going to scale, not X, and scale it down. Something like this. Like I want it to be thicker, kind of like thinner here at the end. And we'll get back to that in a second. Then we'll do an export of that. Export it as spring and then jump back. Now I think we actually need to, because this is sort of like an exception case. Normally these meshes are just like nicely updating here, but they need a bit of logic for that to happen, and that logic is implemented in the normal mesh component. And these are actually not using a normal mesh component, they're using this vehicle suspension renderer one, but we can refresh it by just going to another vehicle and then going back to this, and now we can see that, okay, they have actually updated there. That's a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, let's go to the game now and see. We should no longer have any sort of springs intersecting the terrain, or the chassis there. And indeed we don't. It's pretty tight to fly here inside of these places, but we can manage. So now if we turn the wheel here, you can see that, like, yeah, it's pretty good. There's a ever so slight bit of penetration there, but I'm not really gonna necessarily worry about that all too much. And if we drive around, the suspension follows along, and now we also have the central axle there, looking pretty all right. It is still a little bit too high, even after all these tweaks. I think it is still, I don't know. I think actually maybe not. But I think what we instead want to do here is probably go to the wheel and just like make this significantly smaller. So I just haven't really had a plan for this particular piece. Just added something here, that there's something on the inside that is sort of holding the wheel is sort of conceptually in place. Gripper truck wheel. Let's see if that is better. I think it should be. And the camera is a little wonky in this level. Kind of tends to go underground quite a lot. And that is because for some reason my raycasts go through the ground if there's like a whole lot of empty space. Or not empty space, but like flat space. I'm not sure what that is about, but that doesn't happen in any of my production levels, so I haven't spent a whole time looking into it, to be honest. So if you have like a wheel that is pretty much compressed, yeah, that looks all right here. You can see that we clearly need to do something about that knuckle, though. That looks kind of stupid. But like overall, this looks kind of okay. When it comes to those springs, my plan was actually to model like the base of the spring would actually be kind of a part of the chassis, and so it would have sort of like a hole that part kind of goes into. I was thinking that would be kind of like the easiest way to handle that, and I still think that. So let's do that. But let's also isolate a few of these pieces here so that we can do like, let's go to those. Take that one and move it to, I don't know, 3. Oh, that's rotation. Location is 3. There we go. So this guy, if we move it to 0, that looks kind of wonky. That doesn't look good. So we have the top piece coming in there, but it's actually not going to sit exactly at 0. It's going to sit at like, you know, something like that maybe. Actually, that's the lower one, so that would be negative. Right, and then this would be 0, and then positive instead. And that is kind of how it's supposed to be. It's a little more actually. What is that? Is it the height that is actually? I think the height actually specifies. And the height is set to 0.4, so it's probably actually sits at 0.2, and that sits at negative 0.2. That is sort of how it works. So okay, let's have a think here. What do we want this to look like? Does the knuckle actually rotate when we steer? Let's see. Yeah, the knuckle actually rotates when we steer like this. So it's maybe a little strange that it's that shape. Okay. Well. Let's take that away and that away as well. Oh, they're also fused to that guy. I think I modeled this when I was, for some reason, very, very afraid of overlapping geometry. It's been a while. Let's make a new one. Cylinder, way too large. Rotation around Y, 90. Let's bring it down quite a lot. Something like that, maybe. Location X is like, yeah, it should be around there, maybe. Something like that. I'm not exactly sure. The radius to be a little larger, and it doesn't need to be this detailed. Good afternoon, Nolram, and welcome back for some more game dev. Now I want to keep in mind that I'm planning to make these like a lot thicker, actually. I think they need to be thicker. Let's actually do move cursor to there, and then select all of that, and then scale with the cursor as the pivot. Probably like 1.5, something. And then do probably the same for this one as well. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Scale Z 1.5. Oh hey, what did I do? Oh, is there like an extra? There's an extra face there. Huh. What do you know? Scale 1.5. Only Z. I think that is kind of more appropriate when it comes to the thickness of those guys. Let's hide the wheel. And now this knuckle is kind of supposed to be fastened to these two arms somehow. So let's make something for that. And what do we make? I don't know, but let's try this. Let's do extrude upwards, like so. Actually, already doesn't look completely terrible. Just, you know, a little terrible. Maybe bring that down to that level. Same with that. Same with that. What happens if we bring these down even more? It's getting a little tight here. That's fine. Let's maybe do something with this guy. I'm just completely winging this. I don't know exactly what I want, so I'm just trying out here, seeing what kind of looks interesting. We have a very, very, very high sort of sharpening or like edge split angle there, which means that I need to make that sharp for it to actually become sharp. So this thing kind of moves up and down. These things kind of rotate, you know, from here up and down. So there's quite a bit of this kind of like pieces that are just going to move into various poses, and you kind of need to keep that in mind and think about, okay, what is going to happen if this now rotates or moves or whatever. Yeah, I think this will probably work. We'll do this. We'll do individual origins, and we'll scale that like so. Then we'll take this one and that one and scale along Y. Now it needs to be median point again. Scale Y, just to bring them out like that. That's good. Yeah, I think that will work. And then we need to basically mirror it for the bottom. That should be completely fine. No one's ever gonna see this side of the knuckle, so I wonder if we really need to even have any sort of faces here. But I'm gonna be angry and sad with myself if I don't have them, if I don't put them there now, and then later on I decide that, oh, actually I want like wheels to be able to come off, and then I realized I don't have anything here. So let's put something in here that's like, that is kind of cheap. What if we do that? Merge at center. Every 2 points get merged at center. Right? Like so. Then we take this one. And should this be kind of rotated now somehow? So that it's sort of more or less symmetric. And then what do we do with this? Maybe extrude it a bit. Now it has something there. It kind of supports the idea that, okay, yeah, there's a wheel. There's a wheel connected to this guy here. That's probably fine. Maybe we'll cut this guy in half. Remove those faces. And then we add a mirror. We mirror along Z. And that looks that looks like a thing. That looks like a thing. Auto smooth. There we go. Now it's auto smoothing. I don't know what the problem was there. Maybe this can be sort of hard edged. It's sort of like a, like, you know, if the axle is, this is the thing that rotates the wheels or whatever. I haven't really thought this out. I'm just going with what feels and looks somewhat decent. Almost no one is gonna notice these things anyway, right? People are not gonna look and see what's inside of the wheels. At least most of you probably aren't. If you are, then by all means have a look. I'm doing this for you. Most people are not gonna necessarily look into the underside of the vehicles anyway. All right, so we are going to duplicate that and move it off to the side, and then we can separate it out. And we can take this guy and maybe join those together, not that way, the other way, like so. I'm gonna delete some of these faces. Just leave those two there. Oh, you know what? I probably can't do that actually. Oh no, yes I can. I can. I'm just being confused here. So snap them to that, and then hide them. Then delete those and unhide. And now we have the thing there. Okay. Right, we probably still want those to be sharp. Same thing with these. And that might be everything we need to do for this sort of assembly thing here. These look a little, I don't know, unwieldy. No. Clumsy somehow. Probably gonna have to do something about that. What's going on here though, by the way? Whoop. Yeah, something is not good here. Alright, it's the mirror thing, but then something happened here. What happened here? I don't know. What is going on? How do we fix this then? Let's concentrate on that guy for now. Grab not X and snap to that. And then I think we will probably, yeah, we'll take the mirror and we'll apply it. And then we'll take all of these and, oh, do we have the same thing there for some reason? Very strange. Center, center. Let's merge by distance. Nothing got merged. Okay. Okay. Check all. Overhang faces. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, wondering if we need to do something to make these look more like. That's the main one. What is it called actually even? Ripper Truck Main is what it's called. Makes sense. If we need to make them kind of look more like these. Actually, it might not be an issue, like because everything is sort of like brutal and very thick here. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we need to change something here. Anyway, let's save this. And we need to move these to the origin and export. And this is now the upper one. So upper control arm. Undo that. Oh, and here we have something funky again. I wonder if this is like stuff that I've somehow forgotten that have been included in the Scout's suspension. This would be the lower control arm. That would be the knuckle. I think that's already sitting at origin. Knuckle. We didn't make any changes to the spring, so no need to necessarily do anything for that. Where's the spring though? Oh, it's right there, inside the thing. And again, we need to go to Scout and then go back to that. And look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I think it actually kind of fits this quite well. So that's neat. And yeah, of course the axle is kind of supposed to be, this is supposed to be the beginning, and then there's this magical piece here which makes it sort of have an angle, some sort of hinge there in the axle, and then it goes to the wheel. It's sort of like a don't think about it that much situation. It just works. It's magic. It's video game magic. think this one needs to be a little thicker though. And also we don't need these end pieces. End pieces are completely unnecessary. Scale, not X, just a little bit. Suspension, that would be the upper control arm. Oh, I clicked it already. Yeah, now it looks closer to what we have there on the other side, on the green side. Okay, that's good. Let's have a quick try of this, and then we're gonna model the spring, and then I think we're done, unless we run into some issues here now. So a little bit of water. Let's fly under this one and see. Like, first of all, we have the knuckle there now. If we turn, see the knuckle turning. There's this magical hinge there on the knuckle that makes those arms kind of follow it. That's nice. Okay. Compared to the other two vehicles that are sort of like production ready, or whatever you want to call them. I'm not really calling them final, but like properly decorated and everything. So the Scout and the Mother, compared to those vehicles, actually seeing the suspension for this one is maybe a little bit trickier, because these kind of the wheels are kind of covered. Especially with the Mother, you can just very easily see everything. You know, because it's all out in the open there, and you can see those springs just doing their thing. If you drive here, it's very easy to see what is going on there with the suspension on this guy. The truck is maybe a little bit more realistic in that sense. All right, this looks good, except for the springs that are just sort of there in the air. So I was thinking I would model one of those wheels, probably one of the rear ones, and then when we're happy with it, I'm just gonna copy paste it to the other ones, because that now needs to be modeled. It doesn't need to be, but it makes sense to model it as part of the chassis itself. So if we go here, let me do, let's have a look, this one. So if we choose this guy here, for example, so this would need to have some sort of cylinder that comes down like this, that like the spring can then sort of move into. That makes sense. Cursor to there. Let's turn on wireframe. You can see this is the angle that is going to be at. So add a cylinder, and the radius is too big, so let's make it smaller, and then we rotate along Y, I bet it is. The angle doesn't need to be exactly matched to that, because the angle changes along with how much the suspension is compressed and all of that. So we can't even really know what the angle is going to be. This thing just needs to be sort of loose enough that it handles all of that, all of the possible angles there. Right, so grab probably X. Move it down a bit. I think that is probably good. Let's at least start with that. I'm gonna just immediately export this as the main. And this is now a place where we can probably do hot updating quite easily. So let's drive somewhere where we have that like as compressed as possible. Probably about there. What if we drop like a piece of cargo into this guy? Crate number 3. Even more compressed now, maybe. We can see that, okay. Yeah. Size is pretty good. It's not completely centered. That's fine. Let's make it a little smaller. That way we can make it centered. So scale it down and move it again in the X along the X-axis, like so, and then export this, and we'll go back to the game. Yeah, we went even a little too much, but that's good because that means that we can actually do this. So let's bring it a little further back, like so, probably. You can see it jumping there to the new position. Yeah, because the chassis is actually just a classical. It's using a classical mesh component. So if we extrude this out, we should be able to see it even better than if it is centered or not. Yeah, it's pretty perfect, at least with this amount of compression here. But we'll want it a bit more. So let's do. Can I not slide this now? Well, I can at least extrude. Let's just continue extruding because we'll probably actually want to. Maybe something like that. And then just a bit more, and then we'll scale that down just a bit. Right. Right. And then I don't think we'll actually want an opening there. I don't think it necessarily benefits us in any way to add an opening there. I'm not sure. Haven't quite decided. This one needs to be sharp though. Sharp. Like so. Let's see where that takes us. And you can see that the that looks pretty all right. Like I said, the angle is going to change, so it looks a little like the angle is not exactly correct now, but can't really know the angle here. If the upper part is fixed, as we're sort of making it now, then the angle will every now and then be a little wonky, and we kind of just need to decide that is okay, or indeed not if it is not okay. It's a problem, then it is a problem. Let's see if we can find a place here where I get here we can actually get it into the air. So there's maximum droop there in the suspension. About there, I think. Handbrake on. Yep, and now you can see that, okay. Yeah, it is becoming a little bit of an issue with this because the upper part is not moving. I was thinking I would be able to to have the upper part fixed. That might of course be a little annoying. It looks like that. There's nothing preventing us from actually having another piece which sits somewhere up there and you know, receives the inner part of the spring. That's basically how the mother vehicle's springs are made. These guys actually have like an upper and a lower part, and that is why you can see them sort of like. The red part is the one that receives like the inner piston, or whatever you want to call that thing, spring. I kind of was hoping I wouldn't have to change any of the code today, though. I kind of don't want to do that. But yes, it is possible, and I've done it for this vehicle. Of course, angle that thing like a little more downwards. I think that might be perhaps the easiest way to handle this. Yeah, I think that will probably be enough. So if we take all of that, and then we quite simply like grab it, move it out ever so slightly, and then rotate it. Maybe we don't actually need to move it out. Something like that. Well, what about that then? So now, this in its most compressed state, it will be a little wonky, but that's super difficult to see. So that's probably fine. And then, you know, if we move it back like this, have to be maybe a bit more rotated a bit more, but maybe I don't want really to do that. I think I might not want to do that. Could of course make like an actual opening here, so it's sort of like it doesn't hit the face here in such an obvious way, right? I'm just trying to figure out here what I actually want to do with this. Let's add a face back there. Take this and we'll scale it up very slightly. Not too much. Yeah, that's good. And then again we take the face bring that in. I think we're going to want to probably merge these guys to make it a bit less high poly, a bit lesser poly. Do we actually want to do the same here? Is this going to be enough? I don't know. Let's try. Right, so now it's like yeah. I don't know. It's not the most coolest. Might be good enough. Might be better than good. Might be good enough. How long is this actually? This inner part. Right, it ends there, so it just about hits that back face there. The further we go up, the less this is going to be a problem. So if we take this, let's add that as the orientation, transform orientation. Just take all of those, and then we, go upwards. Even a little bit more, like so, up to there. Scale, not Y. Yep, that looks good. So scale, not Y, and then make it tighter. And now it might be, yeah, now it's too short, exactly. That's not a problem. We can make the inner part a little longer. Oh, you know what we can do? You know what we can do? We can do something completely different here. Why not just embrace the fact that this is already a square, and we'll do something completely different. Let's do that, and then scale those. Now we need to go back to world space. Scale by Y. Subdivide these twice. 0.75 probably. And then that as well. 0.75. Right, and then we take these sides here. Extrude them out. Actually, I'm being too complex with this. I don't need to do it this in such a complex way. What I can do essentially is get rid of that face for now. We have the inner ones there, but that's fine. Just inset this guy. Yeah, get rid of that face. Now we extrude this to get this sort of just like case around this, right? Though to be fair, we actually probably want that bottom piece there as well. So in the end, I think this is what I wanted all along. Let's bring that over. Now we don't want that face. That face we can take away. Bye bye. Bye bye face. And now it is possible that we want to make these walls thicker, but let's try see what happens here if I bevel these guys. Yeah, we get the intersections there, which is not nice. Now that I know what I want, let's try this again. Inset, actually inset quite a lot. Bring these out, extrude. I don't know how much we want to go, maybe something like that. Get rid of that face. And now bevel these 6 edges. That's probably too much, but before I start doing any more, let's see what that looks like. Right, so another thing is kind of like has the freedom to kind of move about this thing. It looks wonky, but we can make it more beautiful. So now it hits the bottom part a little bit, not a whole lot, but a little bit. Okay, it's fine. And what if we move this forward then, or backward? Either way is fine, so that we get it fully compressed. Now it's fully compressed. Now it doesn't hit that part anymore. But yeah, we clearly need to make it sort of lower. That's the name of the game here. It's actually not like a whole lot of movement this way, but a little bit. And that's what we're trying to get rid of. Let's do something like this. Subdivide that. And then sort of sideways, these need to be again we have the wrong transform. Sideways, these need to be, you know, tighter. Let's add one of these things here. Let's see, where's the spring? Is there somehow inside of that? Yes, it is. Hello. Selection to cursor. And we can bring it down. If we're only staying in object mode here, we can easily reset this. Let's transform them later on. We want it back at the origin. Rotate around Y. Right, something like that. Now we can see here what is actually kind of going on. So this thing is probably somewhere around here, slightly upwards. Right, rotate around Y, something like that. Let's try to make this housing here fit this shape in particular. I'm a little annoyed that this turned out to be this tricky, because this is kind of like the last thing I want to do for this suspension, but I'm determined to make it work. So I'm gonna make sure that it does work. So now we can bevel this. We can bevel it even twice, even thrice, if we want to. That's probably fine. And then we need to leave a little bit of space here so that it can move, right? And then we do the beveling on the top side. Just those two. Bevel like so. Those two don't need to be all that excited. Let's bring them in. Boom, because of course we will want to bevel these two as well. This looks kind of interesting, I guess. It's pretty thick though. It would be nice to have it a little sort of more, I don't know, not so thick. Thinner, essentially. But let's try again. Let's see what happens now. So drag main. Asset browser. Oh, did I shut it off? That was unnecessary, but it is what it is. So here we have it in the air. It is now absolutely fully extended, and we can see that it might actually be intersecting a little bit, but it's very, very little. Very, very little, if anything. And yeah, we're missing the back face there. That's fine. Let's add that in when we know that this is going to work. We don't need to shut that down. We can keep it open. Merge at last, merge at last. Probably want those. So these can now be moved somewhat freely. And that should be fine. Things I do in order to not have to change the code, in order to make this just a classical normal round spring. Sometimes you have to challenge yourself a little bit and see, okay, can I actually get this done now without having to touch the code? Because I kind of don't want to touch the code today. All right, so how much do we move this? 0.03 to make it less wide. And that one as well, 0.03. Yeah, I have a feeling this is gonna work. But you know, I've been wrong before, so we'll just have to see. This topography here is just a big mess though, so let's try to clean this up a little bit. Can be just a classical series of quads like that. Down here, probably just connected to that one. And that should be fine. And then we can probably just put in like a face like that. That should cover it. We need to do something about this end piece here. This is looking really strange in a way, I'd say. Like if we take this guy and then we do outset. No, we can't actually outset that. Okay. Can do, however, a loop cut and slide here. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know exactly. Just trying out a few different sort of ideas here for how to actually solve this. Something like that look cool. Not really. What that will give us though, if we do it like this, is kind of what I was hoping to have there earlier. Now we have another one, another sort of circle there, and then we'll take away the edge. We add that edge instead, and we'll snap that back. Scale Y, but we need to do it in world. Scale Y, a bit wider. And those can for sure be merged at the center, like so. So now if we want to, we can probably extrude this, actually that, extrude that to have a little bit of a connection there, right? Kind of looks nicer, I think. I do wonder if we actually want to kind of round off these bottom parts as well to go along with this. It might look nicer. Well, that's not what we want. Faces. I think for the bevel to work, we need to actually add this face back in here. So face there. Then we take that one. We take that one. Oh, what has happened here? What is this? What did you do, Blender? Or what did I do, Blender? That's not what we want. Okay, let's see. That one, and that one. Now we have a face there. There we go. Now we should be able to... Wow, this is interesting looking. Right, something like that. Yeah, this kind of breaks down completely though. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Like so. Now we can add these back in. Yep. Okay. Let's see. What does that look like in game? So like the problem here with this is that again it kind of looks like it's you know, there's like a slight angle to this now, which you know kind of is a little bit explained by the fact that okay, yeah, this thing has like a wider opening here, but it doesn't really explain why that would be. Yeah, I think that's a tragedy of the situation, that it's really kind of like difficult to hide that, but just having the upper part there rotate a little bit. Then there's of course the fact that like almost no one cares. All right. Almost no one cares about this stuff. That edge we added there is also like way too small. This detail is way too small. What do we do about this? Maybe we quite simply have to bite the bullet and do a little bit of programming. How about that? How far back can I undo? Chip, 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 chip. I think I have like 256 under steps or something. Clearly not far enough. Let's do a revert. Yep, that does it. Main mesh. Yeah, it might not be super tricky to add that back in there, or add support for it for the standard spring rendering component. So we have vehicle suspension renderer component, and then we have mother wheel renderer component. I think this one handles the suspension as well. Yeah, arm mesh, knuckle mesh, spring inner mesh, and outer mesh. So this is like the springs have inner and outer. It just has one arm rather than an upper arm and lower arm. So you know, this is the upper arm, this is the lower arm. The mother vehicle works differently. It has only one arm, which is like this whole big thing here. This is the arm, but then it has a front spring. That's the back spring. This is the front spring, and that's the back spring. And there's a texturing error. Oh whoa! Oh no! Right. Anyway, if we look at vehicle suspension renderer, and then we look at the spring, we would need to add another spring. We need to have like a spring inner and spring outer. Spring requires the control arms to be present. Yes, right. Create visuals. Okay, so it sets the position in space based on spring fixture position, assembly width, and spring vertical connection offset, and then transforms it by the horizontal offset as the x-axis. Or the x component. That's the spring position. And then we set that in the parent space, and then we calculate the spring angle. Which is different if it's a right side wheel. And then he uses that as the orientation and says the orientation. And like another piece in the spring, we have an inner and outer part. It would be essentially the same as spring position plus some distance along the orientation. If that makes sense. This is the setup, then we probably have the update somewhere. Update suspension is there. And it does basically the same thing again. You can see this is almost exactly the same code as previously. Almost exactly the same. And then we have the properties. Spring mesh, spring material. Yeah. So, let's grab the whole drawing tablet here. So if you have like the two arms, here's the upper arm, here's the lower arm, and here's the knuckle, kind of goes like this. Then we have the spring, which kind of attaches here and goes in this direction. Something like that, right? That's what we currently have. What we need to do is have another position somewhere is kind of along this axis, some distance from this point. So let's say here, and then we take another color, and we essentially like keep that as the pivot, and we have another object that kind of fits on top of the spring part, and its pivot is here, and it rotates around this point similarly as the other part rotates around that point, right? Something like that. And then we have the wheel that kind of comes on onto this part of the thing. So if we have this position, we have the angle, which is essentially like this angle here. Then we can calculate this position where it needs to be connected. Spring connects to lower arm, so in this case it doesn't, it connects to the upper arm. Spring horizontal connection offset, spring vertical connection offset. I do wonder how is it currently determining, like where is it aiming? Where is it aiming actually? There's the creation, right? Yes, that's the creation. Control arm matrix. is either the, depending on whether it connects to lower or upper, it's the lower arms local to parent transform. Spring fixture position is assembly width minus assembly width, right? Yep. If it is a right side wheel. Okay, so this would be like a left side wheel. If we're looking at this from the back, from the rear of the vehicle, this would be a left side wheel. That means that the wheel offset is, you know, positive. So this is 0. Whoa, that's large. I switch back to the mouse now. This is 0. This would be half width. That's the other half width. So here is positive, goes in that direction. That means that it's positive here. And so it aims kind of like at this position here. Okay. And then spring vertical connection offset. What is that? And what is it actually? We can actually probably sample it here. If we look at this, you can see where it is actually kind of aiming. So we tweak it, that's the front one. Vertical connection offset is probably like if now it should move downwards, right? Yes, now it moves downwards quite a bit actually. Okay. Yeah, so it's probably like if you have the height like this would be 0. So then the vertical offset is like here. So then these two would be around there, and that is where it is kind of aiming. Something like that. That's the spring position. And then set position in space. If right side wheel, if we're considering this to be a left side wheel in our beautiful little picture there, spring fixture position Y. Yeah. So then it's basically like this position minus this position, and then we get the angle from that. So spring fixture position is this point, and spring position is this point. So here what we want to do is we actually want the spring fixture position to use for this other part, right? And the angle is just the opposite angle of this one. So this is in radians, that would mean just adding pi to that. Right? I think that makes sense. Set that as the spring orientation. And then instead of doing set position in space, spring position, we do fixture position. Actually, the fixture position never changes. The fixture never changes because the fixture is stationary for this part. Only the lower part of the spring actually moves up and down, right? The fixture just stays in the local space of the vehicle. It only rotates slightly. Yeah. That should work. That should work, you guys. And then what we need to do here in update suspension, the only thing we need to do is we need to take, well, do all of this, and then we take the spring outer part, again calculate the inverse angle, or the 180 degree rotated angle, orientation, whatever, and set that as this orientation. Yeah, that should work. Pretty sure that will work. So in this case, maybe we'll be nice about this and add a boolean here, which means that we can support like an outer spring. We have a spring mesh, which is the current one, which is essentially like the inner spring, and then there's an option to have an outer spring. Let's see. Suspension data, and we have a few of those, right? Max wheel count is 8. Yeah, so we can have 8 suspension datas. All of these should be fine. Essentially, whether or not we give it another set of spring meshes here. So spring mesh and then optional spring outer mesh. We will place it up there if it has that. All right, cool. Let's just get going. So what I need to add here is outer spring mesh. Like so. Quite simply set here. Outer spring mesh and outer spring material. Right. And then we'll do outer spring part visuals. And let's add a comment here that this is the inner, or I don't need any quotations there, inner or only spring part. Right. And then if source data outer spring mesh is not empty and source data outer spring material is not empty, then we do basically this as well. Create part visuals. This would be outer spring. Oh, spring. Outer spring. Outer spring mesh. Outer spring material. Let's see. Const has outer spring. Let's extract it as a member like that, or as a variable, or a constant rather, because here is then where we can to do set outer spring, init outer spring. something like that. And then we'll do if self visuals outer spring render object is initialized, then we deinitialize that as well. Actually though, it already checks it there, so it doesn't, yeah, we don't need to check that, we can just call it here. Right away. Let's check all the places where we're using spring, because we basically need to do like the same thing for the outer spring. So there's the destruction or deinitialization. Here's the update. I'm gonna do basically the same here. If the outer spring is initialized, to do there as well. And then this is just the parameters. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. So, if I'm not mistaken now, we should be able to do this. So, outer spring, and this needs to be spring fixture position. This is the only time we need to set the position of this guy, like I said previously. Part rotation is that one, yeah. Spring orientation, part orientation, what? Okay. Right, so it would be like outer spring angle equals spring angle plus math stud math pi, right? 180 degrees in the other direction. And or actually what we could do is just use the same angle, yeah. Kind of no need to actually do. I think this is probably nicer like this. It's probably nicer like this. Outer spring orientation, outer spring angle. Outer spring orientation, part orientation. Yeah, that's just math pi. Yeah, so it rotates it differently on the different sides. That's fine. This all needs to be outer spring. So outer spring and outer spring. Spring fixture position. Outer spring angle is spring angle, and then half a revolution. Outer spring orientation. I think that should be good. And then basically like, you know, this is the same thing we need to do down here, right? Visuals. Rest orientation. Yeah, we don't need to set that anymore. So in the update, we update the suspension. if we have an outer spring. We again get the spring angle, flip it around, and calculate an orientation from that, and then we set that. Yeah, that should be good. Of course, it might be a little more efficient if we kind of kept the orientation the same for these two parts. Then we wouldn't have to do any sort of quaternion initialization here. There's a cos and sin there. It's not super expensive, but every little thing adds up, of course. So, you know, we could just do this, and then we could do... Well, we would have to store this somewhere. I don't know. Let's keep it like this for now. Alright, does this build? Does this build now? Wow, it's slow. Okay, it does build though. That means that if we add to the metadata for that component, so let's go to vehicle suspension renderer, open this up. You can see this is of type suspension data, right? So if we go here to types, suspension data, and then I'll move this over so you guys can see what I'm doing. Each wheel gets essentially like its own copy of this. And here we have spring mesh, spring material. So we just copy these two guys and add outer spring mesh, outer spring material, outer spring mesh. And here this JSON name needs to match what we used in the code. Let's look at what we used in the code. Outer spring material, outer spring mesh. Yep. Outer spring mesh and outer spring material. Good. Good. Okay. So let's reload the UI definitions. Open this again. And go to gripper truck. And go down here. Now we have outer spring mesh and outer spring material here. Save that. We should actually already be able to load this, even though we haven't specified anything like that. But now if we're looking at the front wheels here, just put the spring there, dark gray, and look at that. Look at that. It is quite simply working. How cool is that? Let's put the other materials there, but let's not put any mesh there yet. So now then, if we go to the spring, we isolate this. What we can do now is quite simply duplicate it and move it over probably. So let's move it to 2. And here we can do we're gonna need some kind of fixture here for this thing. We can see that it's sort of like inside of the body here, but that's fine. I think This will actually work perfectly well as a fixture. Just modify it a little bit. Where is the thing? There it is. It's kind of difficult to see here. Let's not worry about that right now. So basically what we want is to just make this fatter, this part here. So this is the x-axis scale, not x, just make it fatter, right? And then probably shorter as well. So grab along x. That's probably fine. Extrude once, scale down. Not too much though. Scale down just a little. There we go. And then we make that sharp. Let's try with that and let's see where that takes us. So this would be spring outer. So suspension spring outer. Like so. This is the one we want. And what if we add this guy here to the front wheels? You can see, hey, it is working. Yeah, it is fatter, but the other one I think is too fat now. So let's make this scale, not X. Yeah, actually we can just do this. We can just take that away, and we can quite simply move this along a little bit, something like that. A little more maybe. Move to 0, export. This is just spring, and then let's move it back. And then this guy can now be slightly less fat, because it got a little too fat, I'd say. Maybe all of that actually. Scale, not X. Just bring it down. Actually, maybe leave that as it is. Just bring this down a little bit. Scale. Like so. Here we can actually see. So this yellow part needs to fit inside of the red part, right? That's the idea here. So let's make sure it does. That should be good. And then that's the outer part. For this to update, we need to again flip back and forth between these two. And doesn't that look nice? Doesn't that look nice? I think it does. So now just some kind of small kind of housing for it up there, and I think that should be it. That should be good. And then we can quite simply do by cutting out a small piece of this guy. Now this should just truly be easy to do. So something like that, and scale it maybe along world Y. Extrude that in. We're going through the floor though, so that's not great. As they say, is not great. Something like that maybe. Let's try with that and see where that takes us. So that would be main. Yep. Yep, and now we have it here. It looks pretty alright, but it's not really connected to anything right now, so let's make sure that happens as well. Let's think about this for a bit. Like, okay, first of all, we can see here that the wheel is not actually centered exactly along this. And that's, I guess, a little stupid. But it can't be helped. Is the wheel centered better here? It's probably about the same amount of offset there. Yeah, that's actually probably fine. What we will do instead is go to spring outer. Let's see, how do we want to do this? So this is Y, maybe 0.03. 0.03 y minus, there we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What's it? Oh, there's something funky here with this, is there? What is happening? Huh. Yeah, this should just realistically be intersecting geometry, I think. So if we take this, we rotate this around X 90. Yep, that looks good, but we don't need that many. 16 maybe. Yeah, 16 is what I've used before. That looks good. That looks good, and then we well, quite simply take that away, right? All of that. Bye bye. Then we take this guy and extrude it straight up into that. There we go. That should be it. And then I guess technically we don't need these faces here, but maybe I'll leave them for now. If we, sometimes I get an idea that, hey, maybe I want to like have these as like individual objects in the scene or something, and then it's nice if you actually have faces for all the different props and whatever. Alright, so is it connected now? Well, of course it's not, because we need to refresh this. Now it is. And it's not completely centered. That's not really anything to do with what we've done today, but that is, of course, can be a bit of a concern. But for the time being, I'm just going to make this ever so slightly narrower, like so. That looks decent. Okay, good. So now, next step here then is to take this, hello, that one, that, right, and duplicate it along that, along those back housings there. So let's copy this and just duplicate it and duplicate once more, take those away, faces. What do we have here, actually? What is going on there with that? Okay, so we have a slightly different kind of situation here in the rear of the vehicle. It's a little too much happening here in the same place, essentially. Let's see if we can't make it work anyway. That just means that we need to have one version for the front and one for the back. That's fine. Like so. And we don't actually want that. But instead we want that. And then those two. And then move it somewhere so that I can snap it into place over there. All right. So, what does this look like now if we add that spring mesh now to every set of wheels? That looks pretty good, and that looks pretty good. So now we just need to do the same thing for the other side. Well, that should be easy. So let's take this guy. Duplicate them. Rotate them around 180 degrees. And snap it into place there. And the same thing here for those two. So I think that's probably all of the faces. Yes. Rotate Z 180 degrees and snap them into place by distance. Cool. Okay. Jeez, that was a lot of work to have these. The springs look decent, but hey, I think we've done it. The only thing that's left to do now is to test this out. And see how it works. So let's do a case where we have the wheel in the air. If we can manage that, I think we should be able to do that. Yes. All right. Handbrake on. We can see that. Yep, that looks good. That looks really good. And we can actually already see here in the back. In the back, we have this now rotating exactly how it should rotate. Well, good. So it's a small thing, but like, I know it would have driven me crazy if I had those be kind of crooked, you know. In time, I would have gone crazy with. Well, I would have been really annoyed every time I saw this vehicle if I knew that they were crooked, and now they are not. Whether or not it was worth it is another question entirely. But here we now have one which has maximum droop it looks good. And here's one with maximum compression, and it looks good. So hey, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished, everyone. Okay, that took way too long. But that's sometimes how these things go. I'm gonna keep going though. I'm gonna switch gears and I'm gonna do AI now. Because now essentially we have the suspension working. I might tweak some of these visuals, but not necessarily. Remains to be seen. If I add some more details to these arms or whatever, connection arms. Actually, one thing that we could do just very quickly here. How did I see this? This is a kind of a brutal vehicle. I'm sure you agree. And this spring looks a little flimsy now. So let's just make both of those, now that we have them here, kind of nicely like this. And just make both of these, especially this one I think should be just a little more wide and or fat again. Like that. Maybe even that one. And if we do that, then we can, if we want to, do the same here. This is a very strange piece of geometry here. I'm sure there's like a whole bunch of unnecessary geometry in this place. I know I just said that I will switch gears and do AI, and I will in just a second. While we're at it, let's just do this quickly. So rotate around X90. Depth needs to be less, like so. And then we can take, well, we can do essentially like another one, right? So flip that. Rotate 90, up. Rotate X, or Z rather, 90. Hey Jake, what's going on? That face we don't need. We can quite happily take that away. And I'm just gonna sort of have that intersect there. And that's probably a much better way of using the geometry that we have, rather than having all of those intricate small nooks and crannies and try to model everything there. Like so. It should be better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it like that. So this would be the spring. That's just spring, and then this would be spring outer, like so. And now, if we run this, I think the spring might be a bit more to proportions now. They're not even super easy to see because they're so kind of buried inside of this whole vehicle thing here. But yeah, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. See here. I'm almost done with this. Just a sec. Just a sec. Yeah, one might argue that like this green part of the suspension is much more detailed than this gray one. And what we could of course do here is just a very simple little tweak. Let's take those two. And we'll do let's see where along the control arm is the connection there. It's right here. Here you can see very, very faintly. You can see this sort of this corner here, and it connects kind of like onto that piece. Okay, so we'll add a couple of edge loops. And then quite simply, oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. And quite simply remove those faces, right? Fill this in. Like so. Then we do the same for this. And I think that might actually be enough to give it the kind of slight interest that I was thinking about adding. So, control arm upper is that one. Control arm lower is that one. And now we have like a little bit more interest there. Also kind of mirrors this green part here that has two of these kind of, what do you want to call those, supports. Yeah. Yeah, I think that will do for now. Let's shut that down. Maybe we can even shut Blender down. I tend to just get super nitpicky in situations like this and just go like, oh, okay, one more thing. But if I just shut Blender down, then there's a higher threshold to actually making small unnecessary changes till the very end. Let's see if we can pause the game like this and just, yeah, this looks all right. Coolio, folks. So what is going to happen now is I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea, and when I come back, we are going to add AI to this thing. And my hope is that it's going to be just absolutely easy to do that. Basically, we need to add a component to it. That handles like the main AI stuff. So like, I call it the AI brain component. And then another component, which is the AI driving component. And together those should make it so that we can plonk one of these in the demo level, replace the old gripper with one of these guys, and then be able to order it around. Right. That should be pretty fun. And then we'll probably get to do a little bit of scripting. So that's the AI scripting part of the stream, right there. Anyway, I will do that, and I will be back in probably about 10 minutes. Then we'll get started with that. And that should be, well, very different from what we've been doing currently. So, quick break. I'll be right back. Alrighty then, we are back. So, let's go into the game. See, where's my launch JSON file? Take away this play level command here. So basically, we have the demo mission. As those of you who have played the game know, in the demo mission there's a place where you can find the gripper. This old, slightly forklift-looking vehicle, which kind of no one really liked. That included me. I still think it might have a place in the game, but it was very much unliked in the demo in pre-alpha 1. Let's cheat a little bit and open the gate with the script. Open main gate. And yeah, I have some errors here. I should probably fix that. Some duplicate texts there. They still work, luckily. If we follow the script, we kind of need to drive actually this way. Up to this, so that we find the power station, like so. At this point we get an objective to find the gripper. It takes a little while for those characters to say their piece. See if you can find a gripper. Well, the gripper is there inside of the house. Vehicle with a big claw in the front. That right there is a gripper. So now we can find we can use this gripper to do things. Right. Now that we have the gripper, we can ask the scout to do things like come to us. Which you can see that it does like a champ. And now we should be able to, in turn, ask the gripper to do. Oh, actually, no, you can't do that, can you? Right, you can ask the scout to move somewhere. You can't actually ask the gripper. Is that how it works? That's a little weird, maybe. It's been so long since I actually played this that I don't remember anymore. Yeah, we can ask the mother, and the mother goes like, yeah, sure, and then it drives here. But you can't actually ask the gripper to come to you. Okay, well, in that case, we quite simply won't use this mission here as a test bed for the AI, because I was thinking that okay, we're gonna replace the gripper in this mission with the new gripper truck that we've just been working on, and that is no doubt a good idea. But I was thinking we would need AI for the gripper truck for this mission. Evidently we don't, because you can't ask the gripper to drive anywhere. I think my reasoning behind that was that like the gripper is not our vehicle, so you can sort of temporarily jump into it because you're sort of finding it here in this base. You can kind of temporarily jump into it and you can ask your own vehicles, so this scout for example, to come somewhere. We can't actually ask the gripper to come somewhere. Whether or not that is actually sensible, and if that is how it's going to be in the game in the end, I don't know. But that's how it is currently. So now we can ask the scout, and then this character called Diego is actually supposedly driving it, because he's the one that is answering these radio calls of yours. Okay, well, in that case, we're just gonna add some test logic to this level, probably, so that we can mess around with AI and the new gripper truck, because I wanna see that it actually works. with AI. There's probably a little bit of tweaking required. You can see that these nice, they drive pretty well actually, all things considered. Another thing that we want to try, which I can try out right now, if we put a gripper truck here, I need to drive closer to it to switch to it. Bonk. I should make sure that we can actually fit inside of the monorail with this. Right, the monorail is at the other station, so we need to wait a little bit. You can see that this thing is actually quite a bit longer than the old gripper. But when you take into account the gripper arm there in the front, it's actually not necessarily all that much longer after all. But still, let's make sure it actually fits in there without any issues. So here's the monorail. Get a bit of tea. And the monorail needs some sound effects and things like that. It's still missing. Oh yeah, you can enter this guy. It's not super easy, but you can do it. We can take the gripper arm and lift it up like so. We have a little bit more space. I would want actually. You haven't seen the monorail before. What? Monorail has been there for quite some time. I want to say the monorail has been there for at least half a year in some form. Probably like a year in some form, but like half a year in like functional form. Yeah, it's like easier to enter this thing if you reverse into it. Functioning, okay. Yeah, it's fully functioning these days. Yeah, I just need some sound effects and maybe even some particle effects, and it should be good. Gripper arm, let's try to reset that. Yeah, it's easier if you actually like reverse into this thing. The gripper arm makes it a little tricky, but I think this is probably fine. I don't think people will have big issues getting in and out of this thing. Maybe small issues. Whoa, bonk. I said people won't have any issues, and then I have issues myself. Yeah, this is the thing that like the gripper is actually kind of handy because it turns on all wheels, so it makes quite tight turns. This is just a truck. Right? It's just a normal truck in the sense that it just turns on the front wheels. But okay, we can figure this out. Let's get a power cell from the dispenser. And let's try to to actually grab it. Hey. Can't almost quite fit it there. You can of course just drive, you know, under this thing and just load it that way. That's handy. Yeah, all things considered, I haven't really played this mission using the gripper truck really at all. Bonk. You can just do that if you don't if you don't care. You can quite easily ride the monorail like this. It's completely fine. Oh no! Oh no! Maybe it's a little risky to drive it this way. Okay, well we have our work cut out for us here. I need to get that power cell picked up. You don't necessarily need to ride in the monorail though to do this. What you can do is well, one way you can handle this is clear the blockade near the entry to the refinery. That way you can actually just use this truck and drive the same thing there. I don't know what is happening with that parcel. It gets like a really sort of high impulse from something there in the back. Yeah, you can just like drive out here in the world and collect it that way and enter the refinery just the normal way. Actually, you can maybe even clear the blockade with this. The gripper arm can actually even lift that fallen smokestack there. Even that works. Let's see if we can find another one. Is there a smokestack? It's a parcel here. There's an empty parcel here. That doesn't really help us, but we can grab it anyway. See if we can find one more and then go plug some of these into the receptacles. And maybe even two more. That way we can actually power up the station again. I've been cheating a little bit now by, well, first of all just spawning this vehicle, but also opening the gate. So it's not really representative of the actual mission, but it's pretty close. Do we have a parcel here? No, there's no parcel here either. Okay. They get randomly spawned in a few places. I don't think we can necessarily find the last one with this vehicle. though. Bonk. I think I need to make like make the material for that bed like super sort of non-elastic. Yeah, here's one. Here's a power cell. Let's get that. Thank you very much. Yeah, we can see that since this is doesn't have a valid material yet, all those power cells there inside of the cave look super dark compared to the vehicle. And that will be fixed probably starting tomorrow is when I will start working on the material for the truck. Okay, and there's the last one. Okay, excellent. So let's grab that one. Need to lift it a bit higher. And plug it in. There's one. Cool. Ah, push the wrong button. Let's see. Boink. Yeah, dump it there. And then we actually probably need to go like and dump these things here, for example. Let's open the hatches there and close that one. Just hold it like that, that's fine. That's one. Nice work, says Rowan. One more. Yeah, so the way I do this is like I use the quick pickup functionality to pick them up, and then I interrupt it in some suitable place, and that means that it will essentially like keep it there in the front kind of nicely. So that's a pretty handy way to just let it handle the, let's see, scout. Move here. Mother, move here. Let's see if the guys can manage to find their way here. So it might be that, like, to be able to use this truck in the mission, I just basically have to go into the level editor, pull the other one, pull the old one out, and plonk this one in. But I think there's a little bit of scripting involved with that. Maybe we can do that first. That should be a relatively easy way to. Easy thing to do. Look at these champs just like managing to drive places like just driving on top of each other occasionally, but other than that. Let's see. Come on, little bit further, a little bit further. A little bit more. Come on, come on. It's having a little bit of an issue. Actually, getting there because that scout is in the way. You can use this guy and just go. Okay, come here. Come here. Start the elevator. Yes. Coolio. That works all right. There are some things that are a little tricky with the truck. But most of it is working just like absolutely fine. Okay, so let's see if we open the mission script. And yes, we'll get to the AI bit in just a second. I think this scripting is probably like a smaller thing. So here we have the mission elevator. This is the thing, the script for the mission elevator. Players enter the lift station. Find a gripper to lift the power. Player inside warehouse. Player has to use the gripper. So player has to use the gripper. This variable here, I think, is the only reference to the gripper here in this script. We can see the description. Has the player switched to the gripper vehicle at least briefly? So you basically just need to switch to it at least once, and then the mission goes like, okay, that's fine, and then it proceeds with the scripting. So how is that thing actually handled in the level? So if we go into the editor and open up the level there. Visual scripting is very cool. Thank you. It's pretty fun, yeah. Yeah. Also, I should verify that this actually works. As soon as we get the light probes rendered, those things should become much darker because they're inside of this thing. The only thing that doesn't get is this, well, in these scale mannequins. But yeah, this guy. Its own script doesn't actually set this thing that we are interested in, so we need to find it somewhere else. But yeah, the visual scripting is pretty nice. I like to work with visual scripting for doing like the overall flow of the mission. There's quite a lot of like text-based scripting involved in this same mission as well. And we can probably find it, is it maybe in here somewhere? Control script. I can actually just detach that and see this a little bit better. Gripper. Player switch to the gripper. Well, look at that. Player has used the gripper. Player has used gripper. Is that the name that we actually... Player has used gripper, yes. And the way that it works is that we have an on-avatar set event here, which checks if the avatar object is the gripper, and the gripper is level object mission elevator vehicles gripper, also known as this guy here, right? Mission elevator vehicles gripper. That is exactly it. So basically what we should be able to do is quite simply say bye-bye to that guy, and then we instead add a gripper truck here. How does it get executed? It's compiling to something. I'll show you in just a second. I have a few different versions of it, depending on what you want to do with visual scripting. Something like that, and we'll call that quite simply gripper truck. And then we'll do control script. Maybe that should be called gripper truck actually. Game object, gripper truck, level objects, mission elevator vehicles, gripper truck. Yeah, it's just those two places. Player has switched to the gripper truck. And that the name of the variable can be the same, that's fine. That is fine, that is fine. Let's see if this actually builds. So they're still they are still actually referring to this guy as a gripper rather than a gripper truck. But I was thinking about this earlier, and like maybe in this world they have like a few different kinds of gripper, such as the gripper, the classical gripper, and as well as a truck version. And they just kind of call them all grippers of various kinds. That kind of makes sense to me, at least on a sort of narrative level. So let's quickly make sure this actually works. I'm gonna open the main gate already from over here, like so. And we'll quite simply we'll play the mission for long enough to see that the script sort of picks up on the fact that we have the gripper there. Is this not active, this window? Doesn't seem to be. Yeah, I think that this might be the only thing we need to make, only change we need to make for the mission to have it work, but I might be forgetting something. So let's see. So of course, like for those of you who haven't seen this before, the gate would be closed, and you would have to figure out a way to get in here. I just opened the gate there with a development script to skip, well, maybe like a third of the entire mission. Jumperoo down here. I think I saw a gripper inside that warehouse. Yeah, I'm way too sort of fast for this now. Find the gripper in the warehouse. So if I now switch to this guy, what are the odds there would just be one sitting around? Use the gripper to put a parcel into a receptacle at the power station. Let's do that. There's one up there in the garage or whatever that building is there. So again, we can do the thing that like you can do these days. You can just press this button and it will grab the thing and start loading it. If we switch to the gripper arm, you can stop it while it is doing it, and it kind of interrupts the whole sequence. And that's a handy way if you want to pick something up, but then not actually load it into the back, but instead maybe plonk it down here. Plonk. Great, that's one parcel in the bank. Cool, okay. So I need to test this mission some more, but I think this is pretty much all we need to do for now. We're gonna go take a stab at that AI thing, to actually have the AI driver on one of these guys, because it is currently not set out to do that. I think I have to check I have to check the list of components added to this. But Jake wanted to know how the visual scripting works. It's the same thing essentially that I use here on the editor side. It's the same thing that I use for all kinds of things. So originally it was made for my material editor. So here is, for example, a simple pixel shader which samples a texture, which is given here as a parameter, and then you can override these parameters. Here's also a float parameter, but you can, for example, just add now that's a system texture. You can just add a texture here. That's not what I want. I want a texture resource. And here we can find something. If this thing would allow me to do it. There we go. Just a little slow. So what should we have? Well, like a scout suspension diffuse, the thing that we looked at previously in the stream. You load this here, and this of course just gets generated into shader code. So here's my slightly special flavor of HLSL, which gets generated from this. And we should probably actually get a node with type texture research does not contribute to the generated code, it will be ignored. And that is of course because we don't actually connect this to anything. So if we remove this, the code automatically regenerates here, and we don't have any warnings anymore. This is one way that like visual node graphs get executed. One other way that I'm using this is for, although if that was the first thing that I used it for, the second thing was for the audio system. So if we have well, those are pretty long. I have something with a little more interest. Maybe not, but here's, for example, here's an interact. It's just like menu sounds, for example. Or focus moved. This is kind of what I was originally using these things for. And these work kind of like, they're a little bit inspired by Unreal blueprints, in the sense that you have these like execution pins, And then you have data pins. Execution pins have this slightly like play button like arrow shape. Data pins have square or round shapes, depending on if they're like a single connection or a multiple connection pin. And these are executed using essentially like an interpreter, which I use for the audio stuff and for this visual scripting stuff, and also for my new particle editor thing. So for example, that smokestack thing that we have in the game, if I can find it, refinery smoke pillar. It's like a pretty large actually node graph here of things. This is not really what this interpreter was originally intended to be used for. You can see it here. It's actually really large, so this is probably like a couple hundred meters large or something like that. And I have a few curves here. That's why you see these yellow lines. These meshes that get spawned actually kind of follow these curves. But yeah, this is using the same sort of thing. So you have these execution pins. Here I have a slightly special version of this, which actually has like different contexts. You have just an absolutely standard execution context, which is this gray one, and then you have these purple ones. These are like particle execution contexts. So you emit a particle, and we can do it here just by like we fire this on start when we play this effect, and it just keeps repeating an action out of this repeat node with some period that we read from well, a random float here in this case. And then you emit the particle, and then you go into a particle execution context, and this just basically means that like within the particle execution you can only execute nodes that have like this kind of pin. And so for example, a particle should never, you know, cause a delay to happen. If you have a delay here, like a logic, you can't do that. You can't like begin a delay from within like a lifetime of a particle. But for example, if the particle dies, I have update particle here. Whenever the particle dies, we fire this pin here, and that can actually be then connected to a delay. And then you could have like 1 second delay after a particle dies, and then you could, for example, emit the new particle like this, ploops. And then this can be connected to any kind of thing. For example, it could just be connected there. So these execution pins are always many-to-many connections, which is pretty handy. So you can, for example, you can see that when we start this effect, we have a couple of things happening here. We have these like smoke, cartoon smoke things that start happening. We also have these what do we call these, like embers or sparks or whatever. And so this thing can actually run like multiple things at once. First of all, it jumps to something called sparks. I think it's probably down here somewhere. Yeah, sparks. So it jumps here and starts executing this. And again, here we have a repeat. So execution will actually stay inside of this thing, and it will repeat an action, which is to emit a particle every, 0.2 to 0.4 seconds. But it will also simultaneously jump to fast short-lived particles, which is here. And this will start 2 new executions, and so on. And so you can see how many of these execution sort of contexts we have running at the same time, which makes creating something like this pretty easy. That's also something that can be very, very handy here in the demo scripting, because when we start this thing, we wait for a condition, player at junction. When this gets set to true, you just start firing a bunch of different things. As here's for example like the background checks. So while the main kind of mission loop is going on, you might have these background checks here that like, and that's just a pass through, just for organizing these things a little nicer. We can have a track condition node, and execution stays in this for essentially like as long as this entire node graph is running, unless you actually fire a stop from somewhere. You know, you could just connect this false here, for example, to like a stop thing, and then that would mean that this node stops tracking conditions. But since we don't actually stop it anywhere, if you come through this pass-through node and enter this track condition thing, it means that this node will track this condition, player at ramp debris, for as long as the entire mission is running. And that of course doesn't mean that it would like block the execution of anything else. It's just that like it's one more thing that the mission needs to track. And that means that you can have all kinds of like, well, checks running in the background that like that needs to happen while the rest of the flow is happening. I'm planning on releasing this engine for other people to use. Looks very advanced. My plan is first of all to release mod support for this game, so that will give you a significant part of the game code and some part of the engine code to use to create mods. I probably won't be releasing all of the tools at once. I'll try to like eventually give you everything you need to create really cool mods for this. But that won't happen immediately, and I'll probably release like some of the tools in a kind of staggered fashion. As for like actually releasing the engine for people to create games, I don't think people will want to use this. It's like I have no opportunity to. There's no way I can provide the kind of support that people would need, right? To use this to create their own projects. But as a modding tool for this game, I think it's probably going to be pretty nice to use. And I'll try to give like examples and give support as much as I can if people want to mess around with it. Anyway, I like this flow like a lot, because like if you have a phase number 1 here, and then when that's done you go to phase number 2. If you know, if phase number 1 is that, you know, you have to go and pick up a power cell from somewhere, and phase number 2 is like, okay, you need to plug that power cell into a receptacle, for example. If you are in phase number 2 and you drop that power cell, you know, and it rolls down a hill and into the sea, and you can't get it anywhere, it's really kind of intuitive to go from here and just like, you know, drag an arrow back, you know, to there, for example. Typically I don't really do that. I use these jump targets instead. That's why you have like jumps here, and here have jump targets. So a jump always goes from a jump to a jump target. But anyway, it kind of shows you in a visual way, especially if you just directly drag one of these things and drag it back there. You can kind of like go back in time to a previous phase, and then this transition could have one of the characters in the game go like, oh no, now you need to go back and pick up the thing again because, you know, you screwed up or whatever. So it sort of makes sense to me to do this, but I don't want to use this for all scripting. Some of the scripting is clearly just like easier to do with text-based scripting, which in my case would be AngelScript. The tooling is way better than mine, makes me want to improve mine. Well, I'm happy if I inspire other people to write better tools. I kind of like writing tools. I'm not necessarily saying my tools are all very good. Still just a one-man show level of complexity in a lot of them. Okay, let's do one more thing. Let's go into the level once again. So refinery block out. And I think I had a layer here, which was mostly for testing. And what it did was it added a few vehicles to the level, which you were able to order around, basically tell them to go places. Let's see if I have them still. Yes, they're still here. Excellent. Scout number 3. So test vehicles. Yep, good. And there's even a gripper here, which I think we can just get rid of because we don't really need grippers. We don't really use grippers. We use gripper trucks instead. Actually, no. Let's just leave it there. Maybe it might be fun to have one of those if you need it. But let's see. So this thing, it needs to have something called a com radio component. If you have a com radio component, then that vehicle can communicate with other vehicles. You can see radio enabled, scout on slope, and this is slope scout number 2. So let's add one more vehicle here, 2 test vehicles, and let's do gripper truck, like so. Does this thing actually have a com radio? It does not. It does not have a com radio. So that's the first thing we need to do. I'm going to unload the backend here so that we can actually make changes to, well, both the code if we need to, but particularly the component layout here of this guy. So we've got the scout. We need probably a few things. Vehicle controller, means vehicle component, vehicle drivetrain, vehicle avatar. We should have all of those. There's meshes, drive tracks. Here we go. AI driving component and AI brain component. Those two we will need to add to the gripper if we want it to be able to drive around. And we also need something called a driving profile. So let's look at what that is. I think it basically tells the AI what kind of vehicle it is driving, so that it kind of knows how fast to drive and stuff like that. So game, let's see, game, vehicle definitions, AI driving profiles. Right, so I have 2 of them. One is for the mother, another is for the scout. We can see here that they tell you basically like, okay, if you ask the mother to drive somewhere fast, it will drive 50 kilometers per hour. If you ask a scout to drive somewhere fast, it will drive 70 miles per hour. They will both try to reverse at 20 miles per hour. And then we have normal and calm if you actually want it to, like, yeah, come here, but like don't push it. Then we have the whiskers, which are like raycasts that it uses to avoid dynamic objects. We also have some rear whiskers, predicted hazard avoidance speed. These probably need to be tweaked a little bit as well. Vehicle nav mesh radius. That is definitely something that we'll need to tweak. You can see the mother vehicle is like much larger on the nav mesh than the scout. Vehicle driveline position basically just means that, like, okay, where in the local space of the vehicle will the nav mesh and among other things try to like use as its I am here position. For the scout it can be just at the origin, but for the mother it needs to be moved down, because otherwise the mother will ask, hey, I want to go from here to there, and the like here position is like 4.5 meters up into the air, and then the nav mesh system will go like, well, I don't know how to get from the middle of the air to where you want to go, so we need to move that down. Move to arrival distance epsilon. This should hopefully be kind of self-explanatory, like how close to something does it need to be for it to be considered, okay, I'm there now. And this is kind of like similar just for the drive line. Reverse turn logic, predicted hazard detector. A lot of this is going to be actually kind of fiddly to tweak, but we can start with something and then just try to make it better over time. So this guy is getting added to the AI driving component. Let's have a look at the AI driving component and see, does this thing actually support hot updating that thing? AI driving profile path, that's just the string that it has. Yes, it does. So we should be able to auto update that thing, so that's nice. On AI driving profile updated, set AI driving profile values. Yeah, that looks good. So let's just take like the Scout maybe. And add a gripper truck version of that. And that looks good, that looks good. Okay, what else do we have? So we have where was I? I was here. AI driving, AI brain. Just gonna quickly write this for myself on a piece of classical paper. AI driving, AI brain. I think the AI brain doesn't really, it just needs to exist. And that's kind of like the end of it. And that's just only on server. AI driving is client and server. Then we have game unit and some meshes, vehicle suspension, mesh component, springy antenna, nav mesh obstacle component. That one we probably need as well. Obstacle type soft, radius 3.5. Yeah, we're gonna probably have to tweak that as well. And then com radio. Com radio is the thing that actually, like I said, we can ask it to, hey, come to me. Client and server. An unstockifier. I think it has an unstockifier already. Because I've been getting unstuck with this guy. Gripper arm truck component. Mesh component. Truck bed. Mesh. Yeah, it has an unstockifier, so that's fine. Drivetrain. Wheel renderer. Here's vehicle. Yep. Okay. So I think basically like com radio component. Actually, I need exactly that name. Com radio component we can get from there, and then the AI brain is another one which doesn't have. Right? Yeah, AI brain. So we can start with AI driving. I wonder if the order here matters. Vehicle avatar mesh debug object. Vehicle FX is also kind of something that we'll want sooner or later. We can set the engine sound and the tire noise sound. I things like that. Tire track component is also something that we'll want to have. But yeah, we'll get to that later. Maybe I'll make it easy on myself and I'll just edit this as JSON. Yep, that's mother. And here is the scout. So AI driving and AI brain. We can get the game unit for good measure, why not? And I think I'm just gonna add these to the end actually. Yeah, there's a little tricky to modify when these are so long, but we'll manage. Like so, and then I can do the rest here. So here, for example, we want the AI driving gripper truck, which we just copy pasted. And I want to add a new component, which is the nav mesh obstacle component. Soft is supposed to be the obstacle type. Radius is probably, I don't know, 3. Let's go with that. And then we want a new component, which is the, what was it, com radio, which we need to copy here from the code, type, and go yes, and com radio. And because we do that, it doesn't actually show us any type. It will ask. I sure want to use it because I don't know what it is. And yes, we want to use that in client server. Okay. So now, if we go back here and we load this again, we should be able to give it a call sign. And if we give it a call sign, it will show up there in the radio menu. Move that back to that screen. I'm not using an ECS, no. I have my own system, which is kind of like Unity game object like, but it has a pretty deep understanding of like networking and things like that built right in, because like the game is a client server. It uses a client server architecture, even when we are playing single player. So for this particular instance, we can now go down here to the end of the list, and we're going to see the com radio. Let's enable the radio, and we'll call this just like gripper truck character narrator. It's just basically like, okay, which one of the characters do you want to actually, that responds to you? We can make it Stellar, for example. Stellar is the mechanic of the mother vehicle in the narrative. Let's make it Stellar. Stellar is driving this thing. Let's make it maybe a bit slanted there, so when we spawn it in, it will appear here. And I'm sure it's going to be all kinds of broken if we try to actually ask it to drive around, but we can enable the AI debugger tools, which should help us out. Yeah, exporting this level takes annoyingly long, and by annoyingly long I mean like 10 seconds, but that's annoyingly long in my world. especially when I know that like almost all of that is just like the grass texture conversions, which it just does over and over again. It could really just cache those, but I don't do it yet. Right, so set play level and add the path to the map. That means that we just boot straight into the map. We go through all the, or go past all the main menu and everything like that. And then we need to do, oh, it's actually there already. If we want to enable the AI debugger, it needs to be running on the main thread, so that we can actually use imgui from the server. Server by default runs on the background thread. So let's run this and see what happens. So here we are. Let's run that script, which is what's it called? Maybe it's not actually here anymore. Remove smokestack, load test mission. Oh, there we go. Load test vehicles. There we are. And there's our gripper. Hey, hey, what's going on? If we add or open the radio, we have the gripper truck here. And then we can see, hey, Stellar says, what do you got? Well, hello to you. Why don't you move to me? And we can see, yep, that's not good. That clearly needs some tweaking. We can see, okay, what is it actually doing? Oh, we need to add one more component to this guy actually to be able to open the AI debugger. Let's see. It's something like a debug component or something like that. I had that JSON file open here in one of these. Debug object. Set as avatar debug AI brain. Yeah, I think that is probably what we want. Debug AI brain. This guy. And it needs to be running on the client for some reason. That's fine. We don't need to re-export the level. The blueprints are not actually part of the level. So, load test vehicles. Ah. Oh. Is it possible that I had it here, but I just didn't have that flag set? I think it very well might be. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So like really what I would have and should have done is gone here. Gripper truck. And go down to debug object. It's right here. So we have set as avatar ticked, but we need to set debug AI brain as well. That's better. So now we can right click this guy and go debug AI brain. Hello to you. Okay, so it is probably it's probably actually afraid of itself in a way. If we ask Gripper Truck, hey, come to me. My theory is that it's kind of, yeah, it's probably avoiding itself because the whiskers are in a very bad place. And it's finding itself and it's trying to avoid itself. That's stupid. Don't do that. Let's see. AI driving mother, AI driving scout. So whisker, local offset. Yeah, I'm sure that is what we need. Like front whisker local offset for the mother is 14. 40 units forward, and the back ones are 12 units backwards. So for the new one, which we have, where was it? AI driving profiles is right there. So let's do Gripper truck like so. I'm just gonna actually edit this here on the second screen so we can see what's going on. So let's set it to something like -3 and +3. Okay, that looks better. Yep, and now it's not trying to avoid itself anymore. Isn't that nice? So you can see here these green lines, they turn red when they hit something. I think they actually probably don't turn red now that the AI is not active. No. And then we have this other visualization here, which is the predicted, the like movement prediction. It also has some rear whiskers, but now both of them are like they're starting here outside the vehicle. The problem was that like this point was somewhere here, and so it actually like the raycast hit itself, which is of course a little stupid. Right, now let's see now what happens if we ask this guy to come to us again. Move here. Right, that looks pretty good. Just trying to make a reverse turn, but that's maybe not the best idea. So it chose another path. And we can see the decisions it has taken here in the log. Yep, that looks good. Okay, follow me. Let's go. It really likes to get on, well, not quite stuck, but like almost stuck there in that pit. It's an unfortunate place to start as an AI. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Let's have it come to us again. And we can see that it kind of prefers to stay on roads and then only go off the road when it needs to, essentially. Let's see, where am I now? I got stuck somewhere. Oh, I'm right here. So let's see what happens if we ask it to come up to this ledge here and then try to not drive off the cliff. So it is finding a way. We can see the route it's gonna take. And those numbers that you can see there, they are sort of like the speed score that the system gives to... Okay, that was a stupid... Don't go there. It's probably gonna try again. Yeah, we need to make its nav mesh radius probably a bit larger, so that because it kind of doesn't, it's basing the movement profile now on the Scout's movement profile. So let's make the nav mesh radius probably like 7 maybe, or something. I seem to be stuck. Let's give it a little bit more. Let's see. Reverse turn logic. Get unstuck turning time. Oh, I fell off the cliff. Of course I did. Of course I did. Of course I did. Yeah, some of this takes a little bit of time to tweak correctly so that the agent kind of realizes its own size and all of that. Of course, I've never had this vehicle actually like drive with AI anywhere. So, okay, come here. What if you just come here instead? I'll try this again. We can see here if we turn on the nav meshes now. You can see, okay, so this guy is clearly, like, it's clearly not big enough, large enough for its own good, basically. Now if we ask it to come to us, you can see that kind of obstacle there changes. But again, it shouldn't really try to come there, because it should be larger. It should realize that, oh, okay, I'm actually too large to kind of to move through that narrow space there. Oh, I accidentally switched to it here. Let's not do that. But okay, let's continue messing with it a little bit. What about if you come here? As it's like vehicles don't really turn on a dime, right? They have to do like reverse turns and all of that. That makes this like just like order of magnitude more complicated than something like a character-based game, where you can just turn 180 degrees in place and then start going in another direction. So now if I ask it to come to me, it will have to figure out, okay, I need to make a reverse turn, but I also can't like drive off cliffs and whatever. Right, the hazard prediction is a little bit of tweaking as well. Like generally it seems to work pretty alright. Alright, why don't you come here? And then you can mess with it even more by just going in the way, driving in the way of it. Ah, you're just good driver. Good driver. Driving like a champ into a tree. Let's add some more angle to those whiskers there. Maybe 80. My mother has like 140. That's like a whole lot more. Yeah, you can see them change here in real time. This is very slow, by the way. We're running at like 40 frames per second. That's because we're drawing the nav mesh for the entire level. You can sort of see them change here in real time if we update this, make them a bit wider. If we add a mother here, I'm just trying to see like how did this actually look like in these other vehicles. Mother is a sort of a special case. No other vehicle is like it. Okay. Right, predicted hazard. So that is like this row of spheres that you can see here. It's really kind of difficult to see with all the grass and everything, but like these guys here. And we need to make sure that the vehicle length is actually significantly larger here for this one. And vehicle width. It's also wider than the Scout. So let's make it 4. All right, let's try that. Some updated AI flags. Oh, living on the edge there, my friend. So you can see that when those yellow or white spheres turn red, it means that it has detected a hazard, basically like a place on the nav mesh, like that. Basically a place on the nav mesh that it knows it can't actually drive. Oh, I'm about to fall off the cliff myself here. How long is this guy actually? Let's have a look. Dimensions, so it's 9 meters. Right. So we'll want to have it set to at least 10. Messing with it here accidentally. Yeah, it does seem to work pretty well. These things also always take time to like tweak properly. And so for like a first thing, I think this is pretty good actually. We should make sure that it gets its proper nav mesh width though. Right, let's see. Again, we can probably find it easier here. Just to nav mesh. Was it actually one of the ones that I added there at the end? Yes. Alright, so the radius is way too small. Let's make radius be 5. If the length was 9, so it's almost 10, so let's make it half. Have a little bit of a margin. No test vehicles. There we go. And then draw nav mesh is over there. What about now? That looks better. Yep. That looks much better. I also think that the driving component has, let's see. Right, so radius is 3.5 for the Scout. However, I've set it to 4 there in the driving profile. Okay, fair enough. I'm it set to 5 here. Right? No, actually I have it. Oh, you know what? It's because I need to reload that file. I changed it there in the JSON outside of the tool, so yeah, fair enough. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, so it's set to 5 here, so I'm going to put it to 6 there in the driving profile. This driving profile tends to require slightly sort of larger values there. Yeah, I think this is starting to look pretty good. Let's have the guy follow us around for a little bit, just to see how well it just handles driving in various places. We can open the gate again, open main gate. I really need to take a look at that IMGUI warning that I have there. Started happening after I upgraded to a more recent version of IMGUI, but I'm sure that's actually been a problem even before that. Alright, come on, little truck. So can the truck actually fit inside here? Can you fit inside the house? Did you see that? Just avoided me. And then it got a little too excited about getting into the house, so it actually sort of drove into a tree there a little bit. Yeah, this is gonna be super tricky for it to get out of. Okay, I won't force you to be there. Just come outside again. Can you come out? Okay, now we have an Austin Powers moment here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, that's good. Okay. There we go. Well, that truck is a little difficult even for a human player to navigate inside of that house. Okay, let's go. Going on a road trip. Let's have it actually drive up to the refinery. That should be a good little test. Can get rid of the fallen smokestack there. And ideally this guy should now drive, actually not where I drove, but on the road. I think that is probably where it's going to go. Let's ask it to come up here. Let's ask it to come up here and park here on the grass. I don't think I can get over there. Okay, let's try it. Maybe something like that. I don't think I can get over there. Huh, why can't you get over here? No path to target. That's strange. I can't find a way there. Shouldn't be any blockages now. I can't find a way there. That's really strange. Maybe it's just that we need to be here in wider space. Nope, apparently not. Okay, that's a good thing to look at then, if it actually can't find a way there, because it should. Can you find a way here? Be right there, okay? It's probably something for me to debug. What's up? I can't find a way there. That's strange. Where did it actually end up? Where are you? Oh, there we go. its way there quite easily. I wonder if the path is somehow too long or something. That might be an issue. And now if I ask it to come up there. Okay, now it can. Somehow the path was too long, but that's not good. We don't want that. I'm gonna have to probably fix that somehow. And you can see that the nav mesh obstacle actually goes away when things reach like a certain velocity, because it kind of doesn't make sense to just regenerate the nav mesh all the time when something is moving very fast, because it's just going to be out of date anyway. Oh, it's stuck on that somehow. Why are you stuck? Hey, personal Heidi, what's going on? It is you, yes. I see. Welcome. Welcome. Or welcome back, I should say. How's life? Yep, I remember. It was maybe half a year ago or something, since last time, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, what is it doing? It's somehow stuck on that rack. And now at least it should get unstuck and come here. Yeah. Actually, let's do something a little fun here. Come and oh no, that's not actually what I wanted. Gripper truck, please come here. We can load some of these. If the mission is not running, you can actually spawn an infinite number of power cells from this machine. It's only when the mission is running that it actually kind of breaks down. So just push that to the side so that it doesn't. No, I can actually just get rid of it. Bye bye thing. Okay, so come and stand underneath this. I did it again. Come on. That's not what I want to do. I want to ask this guy to come here. A little further. Let's just position it ourselves. And we can spawn maybe 3 of these guys. That's 2. Let's get a 3rd one. And then let's see how well this guy drives when. Oh no, it's gonna fall out. It's balancing there on the side. Okay, so now we have 3 of them there. I'm gonna actually turn off this. I'm gonna turn off this nav mesh rendering. I can find it. There it is. Let's see. There is another lone wolf dev, but he's not getting any views. And he need help. Well, I don't think I can help with that, if I'm being honest here. I don't exactly know how to get views myself many times. I feel. yeah, YouTube is not all that easy to get sort of into. What did it actually say? What's up? Be right there. Okay, so it should be right here with our power cells. Might just have gotten stuck somewhere. Yes. Yes, it has. What happened, dude? Oh. You know what? You know what has happened? It has actually... let's see. Truck... no, gripper arm. That is probably what has happened. Let's leave the gripper arm there in the back. And then do... Yeah, you can actually... You can get unstuck here. I wonder what it actually did. It kind of annoys me that I didn't watch it to get itself into this position. But hey, you know what we can do in this case? Oh hey, hello mother, what are you doing? That's not good, don't do that. Yeah, they are spawned with if you just spawn them from the debug menu, they're spawned with an identity rotation. So what happened there was that like the mother vehicle was spawned halfway inside of the mountain. Austin Porter's gold member card thing, absolutely, that is what happens in this place. But we're gonna save it. I'm gonna save it with the cargo crane. And it's gonna be all right, little truck. I don't want your power cells. I want you. Okay. Let's see if we can flip it without actually like getting the power cells to fall out. Now this thing would have been almost impossible before I did the handbrake refactoring thing, because the mother vehicle would have just started rolling here, and now it doesn't do that anymore. So that's really nice. Switch to this guy and let's reset the gripper arm. Because the gripper arm is kind of breaking my flow here. Okay, maybe that's a bit too difficult to actually get it to flip. Or is it? This is gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Okay, so now we've turned it. Yeah, and now we can put it back the other direction. All right. I quite often feel like this crane's reach is it quite good enough for many things. Might have to do so that it's sort of like it can extend its arm even further, right? This should be good. Engage handbrake. Put the thing back. Almost kind of surprised that the don't flip again. Oh, come on. Not again. No. No. There we go. But we need you on the road. On the road. There we go. There we go. There we go. That wasn't so difficult, was it? Pat on the back, and then we can drive here. And of course, like this mother vehicle acts as, or the crane here counts when you want to get close enough to another vehicle. So we're going to switch to this one. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Oh. Oh no. I need to call in the help of the mother vehicle again soon. Ah, we can fix this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's what happens when you try to watch that truck to see if it gets stuck again, and then get stuck yourself. I probably need, or I don't know if I need to, but it would be fun if I had like a follow me command. Yeah, look at them go. They need like more effects. It does quite a lot with the effects. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Hello. What are you doing? It's doing its best, but it's not always very good. Okay, come here. On my way. This is gonna be a train wreck, isn't it? I wonder which way is it gonna... Which way is it gonna... It's not bad. It's not bad. It's gonna get stuck on that rock now. Yeah, kind of got stuck on that rock. Hey, it made it. Oh boy. Alright, which way are you gonna go if we go here? Oh, that's it. Actually, it has like almost like a straight line to that. That's fine. Do a sanity check here. Do this. Yoink. Switch the vehicle. Okay. Come here. Yeah. It figures out that it can't actually drive off the cliff. And it hasn't spilled any power cells yet. That's awesome. Okay. Come on, let's deliver the power cells. Let's see what's happening. Lone Wolf Dev. Who's Lone Wolf Dev? Is it you, personal Heidi, or are you referring to me, or what is happening? I don't understand. Okay. I see what happened there previously when it's gonna slid into that rock. That is because, like, when you're driving with cargo, it is actually kind of... Yeah, you can see like that, like that. That's not an AI issue. The AI is actually doing its best here. yeah, it starts kind of oscillating in an annoying way. You have so much weight in the back that the back is kind of like starting to like slip a little bit. Drunk driver, yeah, pretty much. It works pretty well, I think. Let's see what is the speed that it tries to drive at. That's not the one I want. Is it that one maybe? Fast speed is 60. Yeah, I think that vehicle's like top speed is actually like 80 or something. So it's going actually pretty fast. Let's see how fast can I drive with this, with these 3 power cells in the back. So now we're at 60. Even if I try to drive here now, you can see that like, oh shit. Yeah, oh. Of course, like the AI doesn't really have the same sort of like the ability to foresee that, okay, if I let go, the vehicle is actually going to align itself up kind of nicely. Like things like this, you have to kind of, you're oversteering very easily with this much cargo in the back, even though it kind of looks like it's not that much actually. Still, those weigh quite a lot, and they're sort of just falling around there, rolling around in the back. Okay, let's get some scouts to help me out. Help me out, scouts. Where are you? I want my scout buddies. I'm gonna add a. Oh hey, hello scout. There's one. I don't know where the other one is. There they are. I'm just typing in a bug report for myself here, or a reminder to check out why the gripper truck didn't find a way up to the refinery when ordered from like the house wreckage. Let's get like scout on slope maybe. Come here. And these guys are significantly better drivers currently than the truck. So scout shed, super truck, move here. Come on, let's go. Let's go. And now that poor truck has to deal with like another annoying AI as well. Which way? the other way, apparently. No, no, actually, one of them took this way. Okay. Yeah, it looks much more fun when there's like tire tracks and sounds and particle effects and everything. It's much nicer. I need to get at least some of that in for pre-alpha 2 for the gripper truck. Yeah, it's pretty much drunk driving all the way through with that currently. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, what about, can you guys drive up to the elevator? Avoiding the mother vehicle in the process. Scouting shed, it's probably gonna handle it like a champ. Gripper truck is probably gonna handle it like a drunk. Let's see what happens. Oh no, one of the power cells fell out. Yeah, I need to maybe think about how I can make it less slidey. I am gonna up the friction a little bit on these common ground materials, though. At least that was the idea. Hey, look at it, avoiding the mother vehicle and all of that. That's cool. Yeah, it was pretty much drunk driving all the way, but if we actually dump these things here, blonk, and then we go to this guy. Another thing that might be handy here, at least for development, would be like just a way to click somewhere in the level and issue an order. Go there. That would be very handy for development and like verifying this thing, this AI stuff. So now it doesn't have any cargo anymore. It should be significantly less slidey, but it's still a little slidey. And it is also possible that you know, I just have to tweak the AI driving profile a little bit so that it knows how to drive this a little better. That's actually doing pretty well. It does oversteer like pretty often though. Let's not kid ourselves. Yeah, that was kind of interesting that they both took this sort of like slight turn here. You could see it because it was driving on the other cars. Other cars' tire tracks. And sometimes it does those things because of the oh, what are you doing? I seem to be stuck. Yes, you were driving into a rock. What's wrong with you? Again. Oh man. It's probably the same thing again. I seem to be stuck. At least they know how to get unstuck, so that's that's good. Just jumping with their truck all over the place. Overworked but grew up in the Drift Mountains like in those movies. Yeah, probably. That sounds about right. I have a feeling there's something that I still haven't quite I still haven't quite adjusted properly here. Let's take one more look at this. There's something called means vehicle component, right? Means vehicle component. Vehicle controller component, means vehicle component. Yeah. And that all looks pretty good. Switch market position, that's probably fine. Like this thing is a bit bigger than the Scout, but still it kind of looks like it sort of doesn't really know its own size. It's like this one friendly dog that I knew in real life who like was so large that it didn't really realize that it like it sat down on like small children and everything. Didn't realize it. Let's see. AI driving component. This thing should have something called a drive line, which we've sort of mentioned. Drive line. And drive line should have, I think, have a parameter which tells the system how large the radius is. To drive line begin maybe. It's one of the most complicated components in the whole game probably. Drive line begin. Vehicle radius is right there. Get vehicle nav mesh radius, okay. And it's reading it from blueprint properties. Okay. Yeah, and it should be set correctly. What? No, what? This is AI driving component. AI driving component. There, driving profile path. Oh, it's okay. Right. It comes from the profile. Yes. Yes, it comes from the profiles. And in the profile, it is set to 6. So that should be enough. That should be enough. Okay. Well, it probably just requires a little bit more tweaking. Alright folks, I'm coming up on 5 hours here pretty soon. We had a little bit of a break, of course, but I've been doing this for quite long today. So I think it might be time to call it a night. But this is good. We have essentially all the meshes now in one form or another, including the suspension done for this vehicle. I think we could have shaved off 1 hour of the stream if I just bit the bullet directly and implemented that thing that we ended up implementing anyway. What does the interior for this thing look like, by the way? It's pretty bare bones. Yeah, I need to still do something for the interior here. This is just like an empty room. Empty room in a house. But yeah, the gripper truck is a little funky. It's a little silly, but it is pretty functional and much more fun and useful to drive around than the gripper ever was. So that's fun. Next thing is probably to, well, tweak it a bit more and then start with the textures. And once the textures are done, I think might be time to turn our attention to the depot level. Try to make it as beautiful as we can. Even though it's not really part of Pre-Alpha 2, that is still this level. It will be playable there if you just start the open the level and play it without any mission. You can drive around the depot level in Pre-Alpha 2. And so I would really like to make it as nice looking as possible. But that's probably something I have time to do. We have 1 more week until Pre-Alpha 2 launches. Exciting. Exciting, exciting. And for those of you who don't know, if you want to play the game, you can do so today. You can play Pre-Alpha 1. And you can do that by joining the Discord. On the Discord there is an announcement channel on which you can find download links for Pre-Alpha 1. In 1 week you can find Pre-Alpha 2, which is going to be mostly a technical update, but it will continue evolving the game, and there's quite a few game improvements as well, including our very own gripper truck here. So do check that out if that sounds fun. There is a link to the Discord in the description. And maybe I can even throw one into this chat, why not? Something like that. Anyway, with that, I thank you for your time today. Hope to see you in upcoming streams. I'll probably have time to do like maybe 1 or 2 more streams before Pre-Alpha 2, and then after that I have essentially 1 more week until I take a little bit of a break for the summer. I'll probably still work on the game, but I won't necessarily be streaming that much. But yeah, a few more live streams to look forward to if this is fun for you to watch. So hope to see you then. Have an excellent rest of your day and see you next time.